And there we go. Someone can tell Siggy he can unmute his sound. Awesome. Welcome everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board today. Happy Saturday, July the 22nd of 2022. And yep, we're still cooking. An awesome volcano there in Iceland. And that Rebbe volcano or Rebbe vent is just absolutely stunning. Had a little extra flow earlier, and gotta love what we're seeing. So hopefully this thing will last a while. Thank you for the welcomes from everyone, and a lot of them in there as well. So let's see where we got JB and Henry saying hear you, and hi from Sue, thank you, and Roger, as well as John, and Kim Raudenbush is here. I don't know what he was saying. And thanks, Lucien. And welcome home, Dr. Fox from the King, and Chandel waving to everyone. And awesome. So, okay, all cool. Let's see, what shall we talk about first? Welcome everyone, and it's a beautiful sight. Unfortunately, still quite smoky there. The wind is not blowing away enough of that smoke quick enough. Sneaks the crayons off Dr. Fox's desks. Oh, way to go, Piggy. How am I going to color the screen? That's going to be horrible. And I haven't gone shopping yet, so nothing fresh in the fridge, Piggy, sorry. Just watch out if you're going in the freezer. It's still got lots of stuff in it. Anyway, welcome first off to our wonderful moderators. We have Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, and Sue, and Siggy, and the C&D Boy, and Yvonne Kunkel, and who else? Gary, 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, Mona Lisa Smiles, and a few others that may have popped in from time to time. Welcome, moderators. Appreciate all your extra little hard work there and all that stuff. And was only the third bits. What? Hopefully you're okay, Piggy. Yeah, we hope she's all right. What? Darn it, I am going to starve. Well, you're starving. We're going to have to just give you more crayons. That's all we can do. Anyway, so yeah, speaking of crayons, let's do that. We'll just draw on here for a second. And of course, earlier we were seeing the lava flow in here, and it did pile up here a little bit. That obviously the a hole underneath there that goes through that lava tube, the hole in there wasn't big enough to allow all that to flow, so that's kind of what we've got. Anyway, that was earlier, and I don't know if I can get to it. Maybe I can. Let's see if we can go back a little ways here and see where that was flowing. About 5 hours ago it definitely was. That gives you a little better idea of what I'm talking about. So definitely that flow into there, and at that point in time we did get a fair amount of output from it, and you can see that. Oh, I'm a little zoomed in here. Let's zoom out. There we go. You can see where that is going, and into the lava river, but it's some of it was flowing over top as well as through the actual tube. So that is what happened, and this is around, when did this happen? It happened around 1600 or 4 p.m. in Iceland time. And you see at that point, you see how full that crater is. And then after that, I want to see if we can get to the point where it started going out. Let's see. I think it already, no, it's still not there. I just move it ahead a little bit more. And it was still a fairly high level at that point, and then somewhere in here is where it started to drain out really quickly. And I'm trying to find that spot, so we'll see where it really starts and starts to really pour. Yeah, it's got to be here just within a few seconds, so we'll see where that actually comes out. And I actually missed that. And there it is, the start of it. And you can see it shoot up and over. And I don't know if that was the catalyst. There you can see the bottom here. It definitely was pushing out, so obviously it moved some kind of boulder or rock in there and was able to push it out a whole bunch. That one we can probably zoom in on just a little bit to see that better. And yeah, that was quite an outflow. That did decrease the level. That outflow here did decrease the level in the crater itself, so a lot of it did come out at that point. Pretty cool. I'm not a mod, I am just a decoration. Oh, Siggy, we consider you part of the lava family. And besides, this is your volcano. You're not just a decoration. You're a wonderful person, and we likes having you here. So makes it a whole bunch more than just a decoration. But thank you for being here. Let's see. Yeah, you're the best decoration. There you go. But anyway, there you can see a collapse, interior collapse that just popped on there as well. And that was earlier. I'm surprised that didn't block some of that off, because that was quite a big chunk. And we know there's also a chunk that came off in the backside here. So that is some of the happenings from earlier. And of course, at that point in time, the lava level went down, and we basically ceased flowing on the southeast side here. So everything came out that western hole, and no more flow on the southeast. So the lava river over on the corner here will let's zoom that back out there. So that basically died down because there's no input, so no output. Simple. And of course the cascading of some of this stuff here, just filling in some of the voids because of that volume that came out, but most of it is still pushing down the lava river. So pretty cool. Let's put this back on live. You can see how much that caldera has dropped in level. Well, actually it's still not that far of a drop, but if we go to present time, you'll see it is noticeably lower, and there it is. And it is still pouring out, though, at quite a large rate out of this area, as you can see with the extra little falls filling in the lower voids here. So that will turn into a big pool, and of course it's going to look for a downgrade to empty out into, and it'll find the river and away it goes. So it won't climb up and over, that's too high in the background, and it'll end up going down to the southeast with the rest of it. So pretty cool, pretty awesome, and I like it. Anyway, I don't know if there's any other input that we want to throw in there real quick. I'm trying to see. Lucien said, you think that the magma tunnel is being blocked a bit? The lava tube, the one over in here, yes, it's definitely being blocked. I think we've had a little bit of a collapse on the front side here, and that lava tube would be partially blocked here. As far as this area, that's basically created a lava tube underneath the wall here, and that is susceptible to plugging up as well, and it could have been partially plugged up, and that's what caused the level to rise, and then when it finally broke through, it allowed all that extra lava to get back out of there again. So that's one of those things. No, the input tunnel, no, I wouldn't think that's blocked. Not at all. I think it's still churning away and putting out just as much as what it did before. The only difference is we've got more flow directly through, rather than sitting in the little volcano cone itself. So it's exiting quicker than it was before. That's about all I would think there, Lucien. And James Clark said, hi Dr. Fox, I'm new here. I'm Louise Clark's husband. Oh, welcome James. And I'm glad that you popped in here and want to join the lava family. That's awesome. Good group of people in here, so feel free to say hi and mingle. And just, you know, we do have some rules, less than 5 emojis, or 5 or less, that kind of thing, no swearing, that kind of thing. We do have a wide range of audience. Sometimes we have children in here watching this as well, since it is an educational show. So we just do our welcomes and say, you know, you keep it within reason, and we got absolutely a wonderful stream. That's the way it works. So Keep it G-rated. There you go, JB. That's the best way of putting it. So, yep, we want to keep that. And it's a friendly stream. Good people. You know, that's the whole idea behind this, is to have a good lava family in here. Piggy gifted 1 membership. Wow, Piggy, thank you. And JB got it. Congratulations, JB. Piggy gifted 1. And that is super awesome. Glad that went that way. That's kind of real quick. So awesome. Okay, let's get on with other things. I wanted to take a look at what we had for earthquakes. I just got to go find where they are. I know I have them here somewhere. Not under there. Icelandic earthquakes, where are you? Okay, I found them. Yep, and let's see if we can get them on the screen. Nope, not that guy. How about turn that one off, turn this one off, turn that one off, and there's Iceland. We've got earthquakes. I'm not going to go through too much of it. I just want to have a highlight of what's going on. Last 24 hours, 115 earthquakes, and we do see some sizable ones up top here. 2.79, and that is 61 meters down, very shallow. 2:45 a.m. for that guy. Closer to Grimsey here, there's the island of Grimsey. We had a 2.62, 10 kilometers down, and 8:56 was the time on that. Then he had some friends, 1.9, 3.7 clicks down, 14:52, a 0.8 over on that side, 5.2 clicks down, 16:59, another 1.5 hiding under there, 5.01 clicks down, 12:21, and so on. So a little bit of activity there, but nothing that's going to scare me. The one way up here, though, I don't know if it's just maybe a slide, or are we seeing something come out. 61 meters is not very deep. And of course, that is on the floor, sea floor. So kind of have to wonder about that. Anyway, I'm moving down a little bit. I'm looking at Astia. They had a couple there, a 0.4, 4.3 clicks down, 1829, and a 0.97, 4.5 kilometers down from 2343. And then a few little other stragglers going up towards Hildebrand. But I will leave those be. Bardabunga has a 1 here, a 1.82, 1 kilometer down from 2238. And let's see, moving on. Don't see too much in other places. 0.7, 1.1 kilometer down, 1139 for him. Nothing around Katla, nothing around Eyjafjallajökull. We do have this guy out here, 1.87, 6.5 kilometers down, 2140. And then we've got a few around Hekla, which is kind of neat. This one, 0.15, 5.7 kilometers down, 240 in the morning. There we go. Another really small one, 0.01, 8.7 kilometers down at 2339 from yesterday. Another 0.1 here, 5.4 clicks down, 4:06 a.m. And a 0.45, 135 meters down, and that is from 1508. And the other one hiding underneath there is a 0.93, also 135 meters down at 1600. Fairly shallow quakes. Then over in this region, obviously, we have more that are stacking up here, and I don't know, are we going to see something else go on here? 2.9 clicks down for this 0.5 from 1701. We're just going to pick a few out of here. 0.4, 1.3, 4.5 kilometers down, 1124. And 0.8 and 5.2 kilometers down, 1934 for that guy. 1.2, 5 kilometers down, 6:02 a.m. Let's grab a few others here. 0.9, 5.6 clicks down, 1 a.m. Further down here, 5.2 kilometers down for this 0.1, and 1:27 a.m. I don't see them very shallow. They're all 5 to 7 kilometers down kind of thing. 0.6, 7.6 kilometers down, 17:07, and this 1.1 here, 4.3 clicks down, 17:10. So just to give us a little bit of an idea, and we're not seeing anything really shallow there, so whatever it is not anything harmful, I don't believe, as of yet, unless we have another magma intrusion there, but I do not believe so. Way out here near LD Island, we are seeing some other ones. We got a 1.1, 8.6 kilometers down from 9:43. And we've got the bigger one here, 2.65, 10 clicks down, 10:07. Going out here a little further, 10 kilometers down for 1.27, and that is 4:38 this morning. The 1.1 beside it, 13.6 kilometers down from 4:38. And we'll leave the other ones there. I'm not going to worry so much. We'll grab this 2 here, 7.7 kilometers down, 19:28. And the 0.9 is from 20:05, 0.9, 5.1 clicks down, 1.6, 6.4 kilometers down, 18:47. And let's grab this on land here, 4.7 kilometers down for that 1.9 from 1929. I'm going to worry too much about some of these other ones. 1.12, 5.8 clicks down from 7 minutes after midnight. And let's see if we zoom out a little bit. Of course, there is the town of Grindavik, and there we see a 0.64, 2.6 clicks down, 22:20. And the next one here, north of the Blue Lagoon, 2 of them, 0.25, 3.7 clicks down at 3:09 this morning, and the other one is a 1.07, 4 kilometers down, 10:18. I doubt that they would have even felt those. And then we get over to a Fragedalfjall area, and that is our system here, the outline. And the newer one here is a 0.4, 1.1 kilometer down from 1654. And that is interesting because that is just right on the edge of not Kriki, right in here. And this would be Geldingadarle, and this would be not Hagi. So right on the edge of not Kriki. Anyway, this is where Ragnar is, and this is the Siggy Fisher, of course. Our eruption is currently right in here, and that is what we're seeing. And this is up by Kaleer. We do see a 0.32, 2 kilometers down from 22:26. A little further to the north, we see a couple more here. A 0.1, 6.4 clicks down, 16:09. A 1.1 from 5.3 kilometers down, 16:07. And a 1.0 from 5.6 kilometers down, 16:08. Grabbing this one over here, 5.4 kilometers down for a 0.55 at 20:40 is the time on him, and that 0.39, pardon me, 3.7 kilometers down from 2:14. And so I'm going to leave the rest be. Those aren't really going to excite us, but a fair amount of activity, so we do know that the stuff there is all moving. Thank you for that 5-minute warning from both Tom and Piggy. And anyway, we'll leave that be. That's pretty cool. And 116 quakes now, so we had another one. That's all good. Let's throw us back to the volcano, make sure we are not missing something. And it is a lavely scene, you must admit. This is a gorgeous shot. James Clark had a question. Do you know the flow rate compared to the last eruption? Okay, flow rate, right, well, last we heard the flow rate was 14 cubic meters per second. The average coming out of the other ones, I do believe, was less. When we look at the Siggy Fisher, it was a lot less as far as at times. And of course, they vary. So these are kind of average things. Yeah, 12 cubic meters per second versus the 14 basically is the general gist of what we're seeing here if we average everything out. So it is a little bit better. Dr. Fox James asked a question. I got that, Piggy. Thank you. I hope that answered it. 12 was from the University of Iceland. Yeah, and I think in both, I'm going to write that super chat down. Piggy, thank you. And it didn't have to, Piggy. And thank you very kindly, though. Appreciate it. All right. So, yeah, the flow rate. You got to remember when things first start out with some of these, the flow rate is just right crazy at points in time. And if we go back to Ragnar, we know the flow rate varied a whole bunch. And at certain points in time, we were seeing 25, 30 cubic meters coming out, per second kind of thing. Other times, we were seeing 6 or 5. So this is something to consider. When Bob first started, as an example, we were somewhere in those areas, 5 and 6. And of course, then things picked up, right? So pretty cool. Anyway, Lucien gifted one membership. Lucien, thank you very kindly for that. And let's see, who got it? Patriot Roy D got it. Congratulations, Patriot Roy D. And AC had questions. Whereabout? You're asking where is it? It's Iceland. It's on the Reykjanes Peninsula. It is to the northern end of Fagradalfjall, in between Maridalier Valley and the Keilir volcano, right in the middle, right next to Litihuter. That is about as precise as I can get. To the, I guess we'll call it the northeast side. It is a time for a break. You need more breaks. You sound rough. Okay. All right. Hey, Siggy, why are you laughing at me? It's rough. Okay. Anyway, this guy is being a better door than a window. Okay. Anyway, let's continue on with our wonderful stuff. Does he really have to stand right in front of the view? Absolutely no thought. Anyway, we'll leave it here. Oh, finally, he's moved. Somebody told him, hey, get off there. Winds up a snout, winds up snout. Okay. I think he heard you. Possibly. Maybe he's watching the stream. That'd be awesome. Okay, I'm going to go for a break, you guys. For all those good people who are here, if you haven't yet bought that like button, please do consider giving it a quick bop. I also wanted to say thank you to Agura27 for his super chat earlier. Really do appreciate that support, Agura. And of course, we already said thank you to Piggy for hers. And let's see, Miss Pam is a new member. And of course, Henry Nelson gifted 5, Piggy gifted 1, and Lucien gifted 1. And thank you guys so far. That is awesome. I'm going to go take that break. Keep smiling, everyone. Keep your eyes on the lava. Look deep into that cone and watch the churning lava. We'll zoom in a little bit, and I'll let you watch that. I'm going to go take a break. Keep smiling, play nice in the lava, and we'll be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. It says, welcome back, Daddy Fox, Foxy, Aloxy. We missed you. Oh, darn, Piggy. Thank you. And thanks for the welcome backs from King Colin and Sue and Roger and Hermione and Fluffy. And I hear you, Dr. Rebby 2000 from Sharon Stewart. And thanks, Henry and AC. And I think we got, and John on the bottom there. Thanks. All right, I'm not going to try to yodel those out too much. Otherwise, I'm going to blow my voice out. Anyway, it is just an absolutely lovely sight. I've been sitting here during the break here. I did go up and stretch and stuff, and then I sat back down and I'm just staring at the volcano's cone. Nice visibility, and we're able to see well into the interior of the cone, and the bubbling and churning and everything that's going on is just awesome to watch. Just don't go jumping in there. That would be really, really bad for you. Welcome back. What you got on the frying pan? I mean, a fox, not fondue. Well, fondue would be kind of fondue, wouldn't it? But anyway, I prefer not to be a fondue. Especially with a big cauldron of lava down there like that. Funroo. Well, a funroo is that'd be interesting. That could be the French part for street, so a fun street, or maybe a fun kangaroo. I have no idea. Lava boots are better than leather to dance in. Okay. What? Not a hog down? A hoedown. A hoedown. Come on, it's got to be a hoedown. Okay, a fondue. There we go. Anyway, it is just really an awesome, beautiful sight, and I do have to say congratulations, Siggy. You've got another wonderful volcano on your land, and it is doing an awesome job keeping us entertained, and of course the lava addiction intact. So thank you, and may the lava workers continue to work hard on this lovely event. So that'd be pretty cool. And it's nice to see that vent has put itself back together relatively quickly, to be able to watch some of that flow come out and kind of be a little bit more organized. But still, we've got the leaky spot underneath the wall of the caldera, and that's always trouble. If that of course creates a weak spot, could break out if the levels in there get too high and we get a little bit more of that stuff perhaps floating or breaking off on the inside of the cone, some collapses of sorts, and then blocking that vent that's going out there, the lava tube, I should say, that's allowing the flow out. If that happens, of course, again, it will block it and fill up the cone and allow it to go out, maybe to the southeast again, or take out a wall. Who knows? It could be that simple, and it could happen relatively quickly too, within 5 or 10 minutes. All we need is a good chunk of lava that's sitting on the inside there to get knocked off and drop down into the right place. So pretty cool. It's coming from the backside. What's coming from the backside? It's coming out of the area right in here. This is where the exit is, and there's a lava tube underneath there, and this is where the whole wall was broken, and that remained a soft spot when it tried to rebuild itself, and it bridged over and just continued rebuilding that wall and allowed that lava tube to remain. So when that gets blocked on the inside of the cone, we'll see the levels rise once again. So that is pretty cool. Zoe is here. Anyone know how wide this is approximately? It's a really tough guess. They're saying it's about 35 meters in height, which would put it somewhere around 100 feet. And as far as the width, if you're looking at the height and kind of going, well, guesstimating across it, I would say is probably about 35 or 40 meters from side to side this way. And we know it's a little bit longer this way, going from north to south kind of thing. A little bit lengthier than it is wide. So you probably 40 meters one way and 50, 60 meters the other way. I don't think it's that much bigger than that, but again, looking at it on a camera view is always deceptive. And I've learned that lesson very, very well when I did go to Iceland and to go see Ragnar. And you know the difference in looking at it in person versus the views on a camera screen or a computer screen or whatever you're using is it's always different. It's a different perspective. So things in real life much bigger. At least that's what I noticed. But yeah, that's roughly what I would say is about 40 by 60 meters. Or if you want to put that in feet, that's about 120, 130 feet by somewhere around 180, 200 feet almost in physical width and length. And then, of course, the height of somewhere around 35 meters, if that is what they're going with. And again, I'm not there to measure it, so those are approximated measurements that what I've heard before and seen, so it's a rough guess. It is definitely filling up again. Yes, I do agree with that. It is filling up again, and I wonder if we do have one of those blockages. Zoe says, hi, it's been a while. Yep, it certainly has. Good to see you. Ray Scott, it's definitely filling up. Yep, got that. And look at the ants next to the cone. Yeah, the people really do look like very, very small individuals when you take a look at, seeing the cone. I mean, we've seen the same thing with when we were looking at Ragnar as an example, and those Darwin Award nominees there climbed up on top of the caldera, and you could barely see them up there. When we were looking at that, and that tells you what kind of big size difference there is. Even if we go to some of the other shots here, I'm just trying to see where I've got the other one hidden. I think that's this one here. They shooed most of the people out, but there are still some down here on the bottom, and they're watching this lava flow now pour out. You see how large just the lava flow is, and I'm surprised they've moved all the other people out of this area. We're not seeing any more there, but we are still seeing some down on this bottom area here, and that's a little bit concerning. But I mean, it's safer than being over here in the kill zone in case of that actually broke out. You'd be a goner if you're standing anywhere around here. There's some people here yet, I think, from what it looks like. Hard to see with the haze and the fog and smoke. So yeah, definitely a couple people there. But this area over here where they were before, I would definitely call that a no-go zone. Don't go in there. Even these guys are taking a big risk. This, I don't know, risky or not, I wouldn't be that close. Dr. Fox, they are a volcanologist. Okay, are they? That is a possibility. I have a zero tolerance for this sort of thing. You know, they closed the region off for a reason, and it's because it's unsafe, and that's all there's to it. Ooh, we're missing a big lava flow, an outflow, and our level is going back down again. Yeah, wow. Let's leave it on here for a minute and see what happened. Yeah, seeing that outflow, let's just back it up a few seconds and see where that came from all of a sudden, just to get a better idea. A little bit more back, and that is just over 2 minutes ago, I guess, that it must have started really pouring out of there. Yeah, right around somewhere around here is when that surge happened. So let's see. Okay, if we back it up to about here, and then it should show what's going on there. We do see extra material out on this side. I wonder if there is just extra flow happening here. That level in the caldera is not as high, and I wonder if we had something go in there and block it for a minute or so, and then allow the extra that kind of popped in there to wash through and give us a little bit of a show. And you can see a little bit of bubbling there. Right there is where it's actually coming out. We can see a higher volume right in this area as well. So that's when it started. I don't see that much of a change in the caldera or within the cone there. It's just, I guess, that flow decided to take a different path, and that is all good. Let's just advance that a little bit back to almost live, and there we go. So yep, still pouring out of that west side. I'm going to throw that back on live just in case we're missing something. And yep, it is getting much further, and the volume looks like it's trucking along in the lava river as well. So restricted a little bit over here. It looks like the river is kind of squeezed tight, then comes out into a wider space. Of course, that is going to be a decline or going down in elevation, speeding up a little bit in there. So that's pretty cool. And of course, this going this way, if it goes far enough, it will find the hole for the lava tube. We got to remember this area right in the middle here where the lava tube is, it is taller. So this will likely flow around here or overflow and go into that spot. So this area here is much higher on top, and we'll see what happens with it. What? LOL Thistle just went and escorted a Kermit to the kitchen. There you go. Must be toast time. Toast time. All right. That is awesome. Gravity rules. Yep, you bet, John. And no getting away from it. You know, I keep chuckling. I had an incident once where a guy blatantly said to me, "Oh, gravity, that's just a theory, just a big guess." And I said to him, I said, "Yeah, watch." I had my wire cutters in my hand, and I was up on a 6-foot step ladder, and I says, "Oh, gravity's just a theory?" I said, "Put your foot down there." And he wouldn't, but I said, "Watch." And I let go of the wire clippers, and of course they went and immediately hit the floor. And I asked him, "So what is causing that to go down like that?" And he just looked at me, "Well, gravity." And I says, "Oh, but it's just a theory, huh?" Anyway, point proven. You know, and of course his thought patterns were the earth is flat. But let's leave that alone. It looks like this flow is headed along the edge of that higher area. and going down towards the river. Piggy, going to bed soon. Okay, 5-minute warning. I got those. Thanks, guys. And when's Tom leaving? Are you leaving tomorrow already, or no? You're leaving in a couple of days. I missed when you were flying back there, Tom. So no worries. Oh, you're going tomorrow? Morning. Okay, cool. Volume is pumping up now. BK, yep, it looks like it is flowing a little bit more, and definitely had to get rid of some of that lava. And again here, if it continues flowing this direction, of course, it will end up down in the lava river, and you can see it here. I just zoomed out a little bit, and there's the old lava tube, and it'll come around here and drop in here and make a nice flow. Maybe it will continue to cut this, and that might even get rid of this. We'll get less flow in here if this makes itself a little bit deeper and continues with the flow. We'll see it cut through here instead. So anything is possible. It's pretty awesome to see that, and love watching this volcano. I hope you guys are enjoying it, and of course it is getting pretty close to my break time. After the break, of course, we will have bacon seeds, and I thank you kindly, Piggy, for sending bacon seeds all the time. That will be awesome and good. We'll have a look at those. Then we'll have a peek at some, let's see, maybe we'll do a volcano report if we got time. That kind of thing. Well, the secret volcano or thumbnail I used for today's stream, of course, is the one that you're looking at, so it would be kind of silly to try to guess that. I know it would be tough, but it's just silly. Anyway, for those good people who are here, if you haven't yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, you're sitting on the outside lurking and peeking in. If you're enjoying it and I feel we've earned it, please do your thing. And oh, who's throwing all those emojis out there? Oh, that's that Lucienne. Lucienne, watch out. She'll time you out next time you do that, Lucienne. You know that. She's mean. She's a mean piggy. We love Piggy. All right, I'm going to go for that break. So, yeah, pop that like button, subscribe if you haven't. And watch out for Piggy. She's got a dangerous snout bopping habit, and she bites too, from what I heard. On that friendly note, it's time for me to go take that break before I get a snout bopped and back into shackles or something. I have no idea. Yona! Welcome, Yona. Yona from Iceland. Iceland. Yona from Iceland. There we go. Anyway, I'll be back after the break. Keep smiling, you guys. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and you're watching VolcanoX. Here's some music. Thanks. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, Dr. Rebby 2000. I mean, Dr. Fox 2000. Thank you, Piggy. And thanks, Sue and Henry and John and King Colin. Welcome back, MC Dr. Fox 2000. Cool. Thanks, Roger and JSL as well. And yep, that wonderful lava flow has made it all the way down into the lava river. I'm getting better at the air piano. Awesome, Alan. Once you have her down, let me know, and then we'll get you a real piano. I'm just still working on the bass, and that is pretty cool in there. Anyway, we see the conjunction of our wonderful lava in the corner there, and of course it's now meeting up, so we got two flows now feeding that lava river, and unfortunately it's both coming from the same source. So we'll if, like I said, if we do see this area in here, I gotta get my mouse, a hamster working, there we go. If we see it kind of start cutting through here, hey, you down in the front, Mr. Checkerhead. Here we go. If down, it goes down here, this corner is going to be the critical part. If it cuts enough and deep enough, it will continue to flow down there and change the path, and maybe steal some of that lava from the other river here. So we may see it change course and just go down here. We'll give it time. We'll see what happens. Play some checkers. I was getting my chess pieces out there, JB. Anyway, one of the things I did note is we're seeing an increase in the level within that caldera again. The cone is starting to fill up once more. So, of course, that intense activity that we're seeing now, and the pressure on the walls always gives us hope, or well, I shouldn't say gives us hope, but I could put in some extra cracks within the caldera walls, especially this younger area, if it pushes hard enough on it, and we could see another collapse or breakup. And the same could happen over on this end, of course, where that was coming out in the southeastern side. And let's see. Okay, everybody's chuckling. All right, we're good. Anyway, let's get over to our bacon seeds. So that kind of describes the scene here, anyway. But yeah, we got bacon seeds to look at. So I guess somebody, James, here's some bacon seeds, and that was the last bacon seed Piggy sent yesterday. And of course, then Piggy got on her computer and sent us some more. And let's see what are in today's offerings of bacon seeds. And here's the first one. Gotta love that. That is always nice. Big smooch on the side of the cheek, and we gotta like that. Next one is this guy. And I don't know, but he kind of looks like he might want to wash his face off a little bit. A hogwash or not, I think he should get a little bit of cleaning done there. Anyway, next, a bacon seed. Yep, and there you go. Tired, I love her chubby cheeks. Yeah, Piggy, they are very chubby. That is pretty awesome. All right, next bacon seed is this little guy. He likes being a couch surfer. Look at the smile on his face. He's got somebody holding on to him. Feels comfy and should cuddle right in. That is always nice when you see those little guys. Awesome stuff. Next one is looks like a Piggy enjoying a day at the seashore or something, and got a nice blanket there, and good place to relax if you like, and smiling for the camera. Awesome. And that is really, really neat. Okay, next one, and this one I was trying to figure out what the name on there is. It says The Princess in MG Story Bible. And anyway, it's got a mirror in the front, and the little piggy is looking into that mirror and seeing himself, something like that. Barbie piggy. Yeah. What did Siggy say? I didn't see it. That will make a great sandwich. Some of them might, but you know, when you look at that cuteness, how can you make a sandwich out of that? Seriously. It is one of those things. And let's get to the next one. There we go. That one's only the size of a remote control. I don't think those bacon seeds need to grow a little bit before we can use any of that. Hides behind Sue. Super cute sandwich. Yep. And speaking of super cute, yep, piggy kisses. All right. So I guess that happens too. And this guy looks like he's having a little fun there. And the next one is this guy. And again, very nice coloring. I like that. Kind of a gray in there. A little unusual, but all cool. And let's get to our last bacon seed for today. And that is this one. And of course, that is a piggy playing on her computer or watching her computer. And enjoying it and watching the stream. That is really awesome. Rye sandwich. Rye bread. Nice fresh rye bread. That'd be awesome. Yep. Watching the stream. Yep, and that is really cool. So thank you, Piggy, for sending those in. And that is awesome. I appreciate your sending them every day. And so wonderful to have that. Hides and stay away from Siggy. Yep, lock that door, Piggy. Siggy is looking for a bacon sandwich now. Anyway, let's get away from that and go back over to seeing the other bacon flowing. And yes, indeed, it definitely is flowing very nicely. This corner is starting to wear down a little bit, so we're going to see more flow coming this way from the looks of things. Just as long as it gets around that corner. We see that rock just came there, so obviously that'll help cut the corner a little bit more. So if we see that happening, that'll be awesome, and it will change and give it a secondary or maybe the new path over there, whereas this area will kind of slow down with not too much being fed in there. Mind you, we are seeing this as a feeder too in here, so we may not see this one die out completely, just slow down a whole bunch, and that could be what could go on here. Not really 100% sure, but that is kind of what we got. Let's go and do our volcano report for today. So let me find it. I know we have a bunch to show, but let's see if we can maybe do those on one of the other screens. Let me see which one we can use here. You need a screen that does the whole screen. And we'll have to get onto, I think, on top of that one. All right, let's see what we can do here. And first report for today will be from Ibu. We'll see what Ibu is doing. So let's go over there and take a peek. And I put them in here. All right, there is Ibu, a volcano on Halmahera Island, Indonesia. A near constant eruption persists. Looking at that photo, today's eruption at Ibu, a volcano, courtesy of PVMBG, and they're in the Indonesia. It looks pretty awesome. Let's see if they have other shots. No, unrelated. A moon, light of the moon and the volcano and our flashlights. Yes, sir, from Tom Pfeiffer. That is a pretty awesome shot too. But let's leave that be. It says the explosive activity at the volcano continues. Near frequent Vulcanian-sized eruptions take place from the cinder cone within the summit caldera. The PVMBG observatory surveillance camera observed several explosions during July 20th and yesterday. Gray ash-rich plumes rose to an altitude of about 2,000 meters and drifted to the northwest. Seismic network reported signals with a maximum amplitude of 28 millimeters and a duration of 53, 61, 65, and 74 seconds. So pretty awesome to see that. And again, that is the shot there. Looking not bad. We'll kill that one and get the next one loaded. And let's see, and what's our next one? That is Ubanas. We'll do Ubanas next, I hope. I should have done that one first. Darn it. I messed myself up. And that's okay. So Ubanas. And all right, something wrong with this scale here. That is right off the scale. So yeah, height-wise, it looks like Ubanas volcano, a vigorous explosion yesterday is what it says, and we can see that column is well above the, I guess that'd be 12,000 feet plus up there above the volcano. So here's what it says: the explosion or explosive eruption at the volcano continues. A powerful Volcanian type eruption occurred from its summit crater at about 9:30 local time yesterday. An increasingly spectacular ash column reached up to 27,000 feet or 8,200 meters and drifted southwest. A warning bulletin states that the ballistic impact of volcanic bombs and pyroclastic flows could affect an area of about 4 kilometers distance from the crater. So that is a very, very tall plume. And that is some other one. That's a Krakatau. Okay. But yeah, that is a mighty, mighty tall. And we'll leave that one be, and we'll get to our next one. So Ubanas throwing out some decent material there. Let's see, where's our next one that we've got? I hope these are from today. Okay. There we go. Reykjanes Peninsula. Reykjanes volcano update. I heard of that place. I wonder where that is. I'm kidding. And we know exactly where it is. Reykjanes volcano update. Lava followed southwestern rim and restored a main lava channel. Two lava flows branches are active. So, yep, pretty awesome. And let's take a look at that photo. Yep, we've seen that. That looks pretty nice, and gotta love it. That is a pretty awesome shot. The moment when the boiling lava starts to overflow at the southern rim and flow into the original main channel. So that is when it was starting right in there. Pretty cool. And let's see. Wonky Donkey is here. Hey, Wonky Donkey, how are you doing? And here's the other shot showing that lava already flowing really nicely. Two lava flow branches to be active and are emerging into one main outlet several dozen meters to the south of the volcano. So they're talking about right in here, but we know that has changed already. And Louise Clark, thank you very kindly for that wonderful super chat. Louise, I'm just going to write that down. There we go. And thank you very kindly. Appreciate it for the £4.90. £4.99. Thank you very kindly, Louise. So awesome. A continuous live stream for us. Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Fox, and everyone for the wonderful welcome to my husband, James X. Oh, his name is James X. And here I thought it was James Clark. Darn it, James X. That'll be his new name. That's awesome. I know what you meant. It's hugs. But all right, no worries. Louise, thank you very kindly. And maybe James should use that. He could be James X. People will ask, and he can say James Bond. Anyway, what else we got? Oh, and that's a different volcano. That's Eruption, and that is from November 2019. That is pretty cool. I like that shot. All right, let's get that away and take a look here. After 3 days, as the original main lava outlet has become inactive, it has been reactivated at about 9:48 local time today, and the vigorous spattering within the cinder cone caused the caldera of boiling lava to overflow the rim and start to revive the original lava output of the south of the volcano. So basically, yeah, that's what we've seen. So pretty awesome to see that, and I still like that. That is a nice shot. And those are those reports for now. Let's go back to our volcano, and I'm looking at the time. Rather than try to crunch in the actual volcano report, what we'll do is we'll do that one after the break, and we'll definitely let you guys continue to watch this enjoyable stuff here on the screen. Claire Coogan says, hi, Dr. Fox, still here watching, although I'm not getting much chance these days to comment, but still love it here. Awesome, Claire, thank you. And yep, you don't have to feel obligated or to chat, or if you don't have time, if you're running this in your background while you're doing other things, absolutely. And you'll still enjoy it, hopefully, and that's the main thing behind it. And of course, you get to educate yourself a little bit as well. Anyway, I did put it on the screen shot here so we can see a little bit better to see what's happening there. And of course, you can see top left one is a little bit further back, and of course they chased a bunch of people out of there earlier. And of course they wandered right over top of the lava, and where is it? This, if you're looking at the top one, I got to get on the right screen, otherwise my mouse or hamster won't show up. Not that one. Where is it? Not that screen. I got so many of them. There we go. And now I'm on the right one. Right in and there, if you're looking at the top left, they were coming across here. So obviously, that lava flow, it is a new lava flow in there, but people are able to walk over top of it. And I think personally that is risky business, but hey, who am I, right? What's going on in here about a wonky donkey? What I watched from the get-go at Iceland's first time around is still gripped. Awesome there, Claire. And you know, we all are, I think, every one of us that is watching this is intrigued by what we're seeing on the screen. And to see, you know, 3 different volcanoes in the same system, basically one year after another kind of thing, to happen like this, that in itself has to be kind of some kind of a record, especially, well, for that area. We know the previous one was 800 years ago, so looking at what we're seeing, 3 years, 3 eruptions, is pretty awesome. And we can definitely say the experts were right, and that it is an increased time in volcanic activity on the Reykjanes Peninsula, and I'm very happy to see it happening there at Erupción. So that is pretty cool. Anyway, it is a time for a break, so let me put you back over to the other one. And actually, before I do that, I wanted to mention something here. If we are looking at, I'm just trying to get to the right spot here. Hang on, that should be this one. No, not that one. The other one. This one here. One of the things I noticed, you see up here, this has really built up in height. It really has on that side of the volcano. It used to be down lower, so it's building its own land. It's making a part of that wonderful shield volcano base. The layers of the cake are being produced. So pretty awesome. Anyway, let's pop it back on here so you can watch. I'm going to go for a break. After the break, we'll have the volcano report, and then we'll putz around, take a look at a few other things if we can. We'll see how time goes. On those friendly notes, oh, hello, Debbie Brady, good to see you, and Yvonne Hates Injustice also here. Roger is here. Welcome all you guys, and glad to have you all on board. If I didn't say hi to you, well, welcome anyway. And guys like Ray Scott is here. Going South, of course, is back again. Welcome back. And I think we've got a whole bunch of other people in here. Wonky Donkey, of course, hiding in here somewhere. And Brian Perfectibility 999 also on board. And many more in the Lurkers Lounge, from what I understand. So keep smiling, you guys. Here comes some music, and I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't forget to hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Also, if you're sitting on the outside peeking in, maybe give the subscribe button a quick bop if you haven't done that yet. On that note, I'll be back. Keep smiling. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And yes, on the screen we're seeing the Rebbe vent there at the Kobe Fisher. And of course, it is doing a fantastic job. And that is in the northern end of Fjord there in Iceland. On the Reykjanes Peninsula, and what a beautiful site it is. And thank you for the welcome backs from you guys, and thanks Sue and JB. What, 2 lanes must be a laneway. Yep, it's a boulevard is what it is, and we've got separate boulevards, highways of lavaness. Anyway, thank you, Sophie and Senator Rockland on board as well. Welcome. And thanks, John and King Colin and Roger. And I think I got everyone, Melford Weeks as well. And yeah, the place I was pointing to, of course, is this area here. And remember, this is all new stuff, or what we call a young wall, since it just got replaced not too long ago. So seeing it kind of having some soft spots down on the bottom of the wall there is not unusual. But when we're seeing that, we know that area is definitely weakened. If this activity up in the actual cone continues, splashing and thumping around the way it does in those vigorous actions, we will possibly see that wall bit break out, and that would really be awesome. So that's why we're going to stay glued to it for right now while I go do my volcano report. I did want to mention though that we do see the lava flowing down the new river a lot faster than we see it going in the old one. You can see right there, there is a rock kind of blocking a portion of it. And it still has some lava coming into it, of course, from here on both sides of that rock. And also some from this extra little dribble down here. This might rejoin with it as well. So we'll likely see this continue going for a little while. But looks like what I was saying earlier about as soon as the area gets cut a little bit deeper, it's going to use that as its primary pathway, and that's what it appears to have done. So pretty cool. Anyway, let's get on with our volcano report that I said I would do after the break. So let's see what we've got for Friday night's volcanic activity. We got 6 volcanoes. And I'm looking at the date to make sure I've got the right volcano report. Thank you, Sue, for sending it in. Anyway, late Friday's volcanic activity, 6 volcanoes. First one, Sabancaya in Peru. Continuous ash emissions to 23,000 feet, 7,000 meters at 2000. Popocatépetl, Central Mexico, volcanic ash emissions observed to 19,000 feet, or 5,800 meters, reported at 2015. Ubinas in Peru, continuous ash emissions to 26,000 feet, or 7,900 meters, and 2145 was the time on that. Semeru, East Java, volcanic ash observed to 14,000 feet, 4,300 meters, reported at 2315. And Karangatang and Api Sau Island in northern Indonesia, volcanic ash to 8,000 feet, or 2,400 meters, reported at 2315. Fuego in Guatemala, volcanic ash emissions observed to 19,000 feet, 5,800 meters, reported at 2330. And those were for yesterday. Then we've got 14 on the list for today. Wow, lots. So here we go. Suwanosejima erupted to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, reported at 1 a.m. Santiaguito, no volcanic ash emissions reported at 1:45 a.m. Ibu and Halmahera Island, Indonesia, volcanic ash observed to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters at 2 a.m. We did see the other separate report from 9:57 this morning. Sabancaya in Peru continues emissions reported at 2:15 a.m. and puff emissions to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters reported at 1400. And next one is Mayon, Luzon Island in the Philippines. It says eruption of volcanic ash cloud unknown height reported at 5 a.m. and again at 1400 or 2 p.m. their time. And next is Karangatang, Api Sau Island, again, northern Indonesia. Volcanic ash to 8,000 feet or 2,400 meters reported at 5:30 in the morning, as well as 1,700 or 5 p.m. at their time. Ibico, Parameshwar Island in the Kuril Islands, Russia. Eruption to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters reported at 7 a.m. Next one, Popocatépetl in Mexico, possible volcanic ash emissions to 19,000 feet, 5,800 meters reported at 8 a.m. Semeru, East Java, volcanic ash observed to 14,000 feet or 4,600 meters reported at 9 a.m. And then Ubinas in Peru, we already seen the report on that one. Continuing emissions to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters reported at 9:45. We did see the report on the Reykjans already, so we don't need to worry about that. It's from 11:05. And then we've got Fuego in Guatemala. Minor volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters reported at 11:30. And then Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, Vona to 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters reported at 14:45. And the last one on the list, Sangay in Ecuador, minor volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters reported at 1,700. And that is our list for today. Wow, that is a long list. Why is my screen looking like it's not focused? Wow. Okay. Anyway, a long list. Thank you, Sue, for providing all that information. And that is awesome, and as usual, and I really do appreciate you sending those in every day, and it is always a pleasure to be able to do them, give people a little bit of a heads up around the world. So very cool. And right now, of course, so what we're seeing on the screen is the Rebbe vent, and that, of course, is in the Kobe Fisher area. Just to the northeast of Littihurter, and that is what we've got on the screen. And that, of course, is kind of halfway between Meridalier and Keilir as far as distance is concerned, maybe a little closer to Meridalier than it is to Keilir, but still right in that vicinity. And of course, the flow was heading to the southeastern area, still flowing into Meridalier, and we'll likely see, if it continues doing that, we'll likely see it fill up the front portions there, or the eastern side, and then flow out the east. We'll see when that happens. I'm sure we'll have a change in camera coverage once it gets to that point, because people are always curious about things like that. It's it's quite a dendritic. Okay, interesting. The crater is so active now. Yep, and it is very full. That's the other thing to look at. You look at the level of lava within that crater, And that's almost scary. And we would think that we'll end up seeing something eventually, a pop or a break. The walls would kind of pop out. That's what I'm thinking is going to end up happening. And that is specifically because of what we're seeing here. That underlying lava starting to flow out underneath the wall here. And of course, that is telling us that wall is being eroded from the inside with all that vigorous action that you're seeing here, all this splashing and churning and everything else. So we'll likely see this wall collapse if it continues at the rate it is, and if the lava level stays high, we will see this break out tonight. And again, no guarantees on it, but that is what I anticipate. Irish Monk is back. Whatever I am accused of, I probably did it, apart from volcanoes. Irish Monk, where's your goat? That is my question. Is it still on the roof? I hope that poor goat gets down. Anyway, welcome back, Irish Monk. Glad to have you on board here. And hopefully you're doing well. If you got your head between... Oh, hang on. That was Murph that had his head between the boat and some rocks or something. I hope he's okay. All right. Seeing more stuff flow down the river, though. Some of those good-sized boulders. And you can see them, and of course that area crusting over because it's a little slower moving. You can see some of that crust just breaking up as it gets into the rapid corner here, and of course that will help grind through some of that material and make that channel a little bit deeper. And as I mentioned before, we'll see less and less flow in this what was the primary channel before. We'll see a lot less, and we'll likely see, if it does continue to flow though, we'll likely see a lava tube build up in here, and a two-lane lava tube maybe. We'll see how that happens down the road. So pretty cool stuff. And on that friendly note though, I do need to take another break, you guys. So we've done the volcano report. We'll take a look at some earthquakes after the break. Irish Monk throws in a gift pack of 5. Thank you very kindly, Irish Monk. And that is awesome. And, oh, James Clark even got nailed. Awesome there with that one. I'm writing that down. Irish. Where's my pen quit? Okay, Irish Monk. Gifted a 5-pack, and thank you, Irish Monk, and congratulations to Klaus and Starscream and Arizona Ironworker and Highland 3R Highlander, I guess a Highlander must be, and James Clark, of course. So congratulations on getting that membership. To all of you guys, and thank you again, Irish Monk. I steal memberships off of goats. Okay. I knew there was a notorious bad side to you. Of course, that keeps your street cred in good standings there with that comment, Irish. Anyway, I know the picture's a little fuzzy, but that's not my doing. That's theirs. We are still receiving the stream at 1080p. The problem that they've got is with all that smoke and the different coloring and stuff, it's slightly out of focus. And I don't know if they've got someone tending to the camera, but when they get there, they'll probably adjust it a little bit. For now, though, we'll leave it on the screen. You can see how full that cone is, and a lot of lava in there. Keep an eye on that west and southwestern wall area, and I'm going to go take a break, and that'll be well-deserved. For now, after the break, we will have some earthquakes, and then we'll peek at the SO2 map as well, if we have enough time, and we'll go from there. So enjoy what you're seeing, and let's just maybe we'll leave it zoomed out. It looks a little bit better there. You can see the whole flow pattern, and should be all right. Okay, let me go take that break. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, here's some music, and I'll be back in a bit. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. And glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs. Thanks, sir. Oops. Did I forget to tell you there, Siggy? And thank you, Sue, and John, and pardon me, J-Cell, and Tanto, and Henry. No, not Henry. I'm sure Henry be in there somewhere too. And I hear you, Dr. Rebby 2000 from Sharon Stewart. And thanks, King Colin, and Yvonne Hates Injustice, and Chandel, and Henry. Oh, there he is. And Louise Clark as well. Thank you, guys. And all awesome. So, yeah, we can see with the 4 screens there, we can see the flow a little bit better, and where it's ending up. Kind of interesting to see the fronts of the flow. Especially on this camera here, and that is not flowing in the river anymore. It is now making its new path, and that is interesting to see that. And remember, we had people standing here a couple of hours ago. So it's not going down the river the way it used to. It's now cut across and going to the east a little bit more, and that is a little bit kind of interesting to see. Yeah, fresh new flow, a new area, and we'll definitely be having to watch it on this camera for a little while as well as the other ones. So neat to see. What I was looking at was trying to locate these little islands here, and I don't see those on the other screen anywhere. We do see the ones that are kind of offset from each other over here, but we don't see that. So that's the cutoff point is somewhere right around there, and it is continuing to flow in this direction. You can actually see some of the material here. I don't believe it's been touched previously. It's actually what happened? Saturation. Anyway, it looks like it is getting some moss fire and stuff like that. We know that area didn't get burned out that much before, so that is kind of what's going on there. And we'll get back to our primary shot here and kind of compare where there's the 2 lava islands that we've seen, and there's another one there, and then the other ones are just off the screen here that we are not able to see. So that is what's happening. And that other lava river that was a little bit going to the west and then going south is pretty much stopped from what we see. Maybe a little bit minimal flow, if anything. We are not seeing that much going in here anymore. As I kind of mentioned, it was going to cut around this corner, and it has quite deeply. So our new channel is going to be a lot closer to the volcano, and it seems to be going right over top of the old lava river and making its own new path. So, we got another Siggy in here. What happened? Let's see, I'm trying to catch up with a new lava river. Yep, we definitely have that. So with see anti-it. Okay, Irish monk. Okay. There shouldn't be any people there in the area. It is closed to the public. That is what we are hoping, and hopefully nobody is getting trapped. And you know, that would be pretty bad if you're on the wrong side of a lava river and no way out. And that could happen, actually, that you know, somebody gets into that situation, and we certainly hope that is not going to happen. And we have another Siggy in the channel. Okay, Siggy Salto and Siggy Ragnar. So, hey, two Siggys. Two Siggies are better than one. We need a third Siggy. What do we get when we got three Siggys in the channel? I don't know. Somebody will come up with a solution for that little riddle. Or question, or whatever you want to call it. Anyway, beautiful and seeing what's going on there, but let us go over and as I mentioned, we want to go take a look at the earthquakes around the world. We're going to take a quick peek. A signature 3 Siggies. Signature 3 Siggies. Do they harmonize their piggy? I'm wondering. And that would be pretty awesome. Anyway, let's Siggy racks of a Siggy. Siggy racks of Siggies. Oh boy, that's going to be a tough one. You guys work on it. Irish Monk says all Icelandic folk have have the same name. Oh, is that how it works? Try to say this 5 times. Which witch bewitched the witching witch? Okay, somebody wants to try it. Which witch bewitched the witching witch? And try not to make a mess of it. That's like trying to say Big Bad Bill bowled the blue bowling ball. Try that one a few times. All right, there you go. You've done a fine job there going south. Anyway, let's go over to earthquakes, see what's shaking around the planet. And of course, we always start up out here in the Kamchatka Peninsula, and we aren't seeing anything new there. Looks pretty quiet in Alaska too. We do have one little 3.9, and that is sitting there just on top of that swarm, not too far away from our Pavlov and what's the other one there? Hang on, I'll think of it. The one that was just erupting starts with SH. Not Shivalish, and no, what the heck am I thinking of? The other Alaskan one, not too far away from Pavlov. Okay, never mind. I'm drawing a blank. I'll leave it be. I'm sure Sue will come up with it right away. That's it. Sheldon. Thank you, Sue. I knew you would do that. Awesome. Appreciate it. And looking down the coastline, we don't see too much. We do have a brand new one here in Schneider, Texas. 3.3. Siggy, you didn't feel that, did you? That's far, far away from you, but I'm just kind of wondering. Speaking of quakes, so it does look like there were some quakes. If we go on a street map, you've been feeling anything rumbling there, Siggy, in your area? We do see some quakes around San Antonio. 2.5s, things like that. No way far off. What about these ones down here? You didn't feel any of those, did you? 2.5, 18 kilometers from Cerro, Texas, from 2018. I was in Gonzales today. Oh, okay. So, yeah, interesting. Small quakes, but unusual for in that area, right? And these ones we understand, but this is a little bit strange down there. Anyway, let's put it back on the satellite view. We'll carry on here. A real quick peek down here. 4.5 off of El Salvador from 1921 yesterday, and 93.2 kilometers down. This one looks like Colombia. Yep, northern Colombia. 4.4. Yesterday's from 1835. 143.1 kilometers down, my bad. And then we've got this one down in Chile, 4.3, 1504 today, 10 kilometers down. And the new one down here in South Sandwich Islands, 4.7, from 903, and that is 56.3 kilometers down for that guy. Zooming out, going over, taking a look at New Zealand, don't see anything above 4s on this map in that area, and we're not seeing anything along the Kermadec Ridge either. Nothing until you get over into Fiji 4.0. 1:21 a.m. For that 4.0, 522.3 kilometers down today for that guy. Solomon Islands, yep, 4.5, 5:37 a.m., 16.8 kilometers down for him. Banda Sea, maybe? No. Barrett and Dea area, 4.6. And that is from 10:51, 149.6 kilometers down. Nothing on Java, nothing on Sumatra. Moving up a little bit more here, we see this one, northern Indonesia area here, 4.4, and 18:16 was the time yesterday on that. 205.5 kilometers down. Next one up in the Philippines, 4.5. Samar is the area, 10:28 is the time, and 87.8 kilometers down for that one. Japan, southern end, not too far away from ASO, 4.9 there, and 6:14 a.m. 27.1 kilometers down. Moving up north of Tokyo area, we see this one 4.8, and that is from yesterday at 1952, and that is pretty awesome. 58.1 kilometers down for that one. Looking at the rest of this and not seeing anything else up in the Kuril Islands or Kamchatka Peninsula. Moving over and scanning for other ones. We do see this one on the Arabian microplate, 4.1, 4:54 a.m., 10 kilometers down today. And we see a few more rumbles in Turkey again, 3.5, and that was from 2043, 10 kilometers down. Kadag, if I said it right, Turkey region. So that is 3.5, not that big, but still there. Central Turkey, and we have this one 4.0. 4:37 is the time on that, 10 kilometers down for him. And not seeing anything else on this map other than this one, Mid-Atlantic Ridge, 4.9, and of course there's our Azore Islands, and this is a lot further south, 4.9 from 4:28 this morning, 10 kilometers down for that guy. So that is what we've got there. So looks pretty good. Was it on Wednesday, Piggy? He was going to wave at us. Maybe he did, but Doc wasn't home streaming live. Who was going to wave at us? I missed that. Anyway, let's pop back to the volcano and make sure we see what's going on. Yep, we got that Mid-Atlantic Ridge one, so we're all cool as far as earthquakes right now. And yeah, we'll just pop around here. Johnny Gonzalez. Okay, I didn't see him. Nobody emailed me or anything saying that, hey, he was on at a certain time. Would have been nice if he could do that, stand in front of a camera and email while somebody's watching anyway. That would have been awesome. Always love getting away from one of our fellow lavaliers and people that are in our chat here. So awesome. Okay, just about break time. We did our earthquakes. Nothing really crazy happening around the world, which is all right. I didn't really go to Hawaii. There's not a heck of a lot happening there. Well, maybe I should. There is a little bit of something there. We do take a look at Hawaii real quick. Not so much in the Pahala region. We have about 4 quakes, which is fairly quiet, but I don't know if this is good news or bad news. We're seeing a few, and I'm just going to pop on here to look at what size they are. 2.0, 2.1, that's yesterday's. 2.0 was today's. This 2.3 is today's. This is a 1.8 from today. And this is a 2.0 from today, 1515, 400 meters below sea level. This one is 2.3, today's from 5:52 in the morning, 500 meters above sea level. Are we going to see another eruption? This one is 100 meters above sea level, 1.9. And this one here, 2.0 from 800 meters above sea level. So are we seeing some magma rise? That is a question that somebody should ask. And that is interesting there at Kilauea in Hawaii on the Big Island, of course. We also see this one out here, 2.5 from yesterday at 1332, at 4.6 kilometers below sea level. So that kind of gives us a little bit of a heads up there. So some little shakers there and around Kilauea. Maybe we do have something happening there, and we'll see another volcano pop. That would really be cool. All right, let's leave that alone. Go back to our wonderful lava flow. Love seeing that, and it is indeed hypnotic. When we watch it too long, it really messes with you. It kind of puts you into a zone all by itself, and that is a pretty awesome flow. Still a little bit out of focus, but I'm sure they will try to tend to that. One of the problems we have now with this stream in here, of course, we're looking at over top of the heat from this other one, and that will always cause your picture to get a little blurry because you're looking through heat waves, disturbed air, if you will, and that makes life a little bit more difficult. Unfortunately, we can't fix it unless somebody gets some big fans. And yes, look deep into the lava. Look deep into the lava. You will be okay in the morning. Sarah, awesome job. All right, I'm going to go take that break. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet bopped that like button, here's your opportunity, and give it a quick shot. Siggy and Wiggy and Donkey. Trev. Oh, a Siggy Wiggy a Donkey. Trevor, I don't know about you. You come up with all kinds of things. Brandon Gray says if you check and tilt for the last 2 days, there's a really weird spike and then a drop. Okay, well, you can type in Hawaii. Did somebody type in? Yeah, Sue did a Hawaii map, and that will show some of that. And that, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go and take that break, and don't get overwhelmed by Siggy's in here. I'm off as well, and it's just after midnight here by me. All right, Siggy Salto. Siggy Salto is leaving, so good night, Siggy Salto, and Siggy Winky Donkey is still here, and I'm sure Siggy Ragnar is still here. All right, I'm going for that break. Here's some music. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. I'll be back in a little bit. And there we go, the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And of course, we've got that beautiful, wonderful Rebbe on the screen, the vent. And that is in the Kobe Fissure in northern portions of not Meridalier, Fragradal Fjall, which is north of Meridalier, south of what is it, a Kalir. There we go. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue in Kananaskis country and Sandra Rockland and Sophie and JB and Peter Greenleys, as well as King Colin and Siggy D for Donkey. Trev. All right. Wow. And thanks, Chandel. Okay. All right, Trev, you come up with some good ones. Okay, anyway, yep, we are seeing a little bit of an outflow there. The secondary flow, really, I don't think it's going to get that far. We do see it there, so it's interesting to see, but I think most of the flow will continue at this close quarter here, and unless something major happens over here or we get a blockage in this area, and I don't think right now we're going to see any blockages. That's going to flow too quickly, and that is kind of what we've got. But you know, if there's more flow out in the back here, we'll see this one move a little further. But it looks kind of funny if you look at it. There's a mouth, a nose, some eyes, and some kind of a horn here and a horn there. I don't know. Is that an alligator? What is it? Anyway, it changed into looks like a wolf or something now, with the mouth open and the nose right there, one eye visible, one ear. All right, yeah, some kind of dragon figure, something. Anyway, the camera is a little bit out of focus, and there's not much we can do with it, unfortunately. So that is what we've got. If we zoom out a little bit, we can see the rest of the area a little bit better. And let's see if we hit the right button. No, I didn't want to hit that button. I want to hit that one. There we go. And that is zoomed back a little bit, so that's the original feed. And we can see that lava moving off into a speedy race here, and of course that is noticeable over on the other area where we can see it. It is no longer following the path of the river. It is now making its own new way southward, and of course it's going to get involved with the previous flows here in a little while, but for right now, you can see some of the flames out in the front. Some of that stuff that hadn't burned before is now being torched up as well, and getting a lava flow on top. So pretty awesome to see that. Actually, I think it went around majority of the first flows that were sitting in this area, so pretty cool. Irish Monk says, what commensurate of Iceland diamond? What is that? What it's supposed to be? 1 nanometer of Iceland diamond. 1 nanometer. Nanometer. That's a very, very small, Irish Monk. Thank you very kindly for that wonderful super chat of 1 nanometer, and that is pretty cool. Nanometers are small. So awesome stuff. Thank you very kindly, Irish Monk. Anyway, looking at this scene, of course, being very lavely as well, and certainly does give us a better perspective of where that lava is flowing. So very, very cool, and I like it. Well, actually, it's not cool. It's very, very hot. The lava in that caldera, or a cone, if you want to call it that, is about 1260 degrees Celsius, or 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. What happens if the lava runs into the previous fissure? Could it reignite the fissure to erupt? I don't believe so, but anything is possible, Sue, if the lava gets down far enough and heats up enough area. I suppose that there is a possibility that the pressure underneath, if once heated, would find it pliable enough to push through. So that is a possibility. We can't take that off the table, but yeah, we don't know. We're not going to know. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. Quite interesting. While we're looking at this one, though, I want to mention this little flow here. When we go look at the other view, it looks like it's a lot closer, and in fact, it's way out here. You can see the distance in between. And of course, the new one there that is a little bit beyond, you also see some extra flow in the background there. And when we go look at the other view, we can see it there. So there's that extra one. And of course, we see this one a little closer to the cone itself. We're seeing this light up again, which is interesting. And that is just on the edge of the little caldera here. And again, you know, previously we had some very hot spots in there, a whole row of them. And the fact that this is lighting up again, that could be something indicating that this wall may breach yet. We don't know when it's going to breach, but it likely will if it keeps going the way it is. Right now, I notice the lava level is lower again. It's not quite as high as it was before by just a little bit, but and there comes some more spattering out of the cone. So looking pretty cool. Gonna have to just keep an eye on this thing. It's gonna pop. I think it'll break open if the lava level stays high and the action that we're seeing within that cone stays like that. Irish Monk throws in another 5-pack of gifted memberships there. Thank you very kindly, gifted 5. Awesome Irish Monk, and Emma and Rena N and Jane, Mary Jane and Serpentplexing and Brainworms got those gifts. So congratulations to those wonderful people, and that is awesome to be seeing some of those names getting in there. And Serpentplexing we haven't seen for a couple of days. Nor Brainworms, but we did see Mary Jane, and I haven't seen Emma for a little bit, or Arena. So, Arena is there. Okay, and there's Arena in there. So thanks, Irish Monk, and awesome that we've got some recipients there getting their things right now. That's pretty cool, and do appreciate that wonderful support, Irish Monk. Thank you very kindly. All right, let's pop over and take a look at our SO2 map. I'm going to go refresh it before we do that, though. And I want to make sure we're on SO2, and we'll do a quick refresh so we can see what is happening around the planet. And it's not looking that bad today, actually, so let's get at it. We'll take a quick look. Basically, Kamchatka Peninsula, yes, so SO2 coming from various places. Ibiko Island, Paramashur Island, Ibiko down here, and our wonderful Karimsky, and then we'll have Klyushevskoy and Shivla, is it Shivlish? Yeah, up there. And a few others there, and they're all creating that. It is swirling around here in the Bering Sea, and I'm sure that we're going to have a little bit more coming from the Alaskan area in here as well. I don't see very much coming from the other area in here. That should be actually around here somewhere. Not surprising, but I was hoping to, maybe that is this stuff here from our other volcanoes there that we've got going on. So pretty cool. Remnants of old stuff up in the north. We do still have some forest fires going on up there. Lots of action here in the Pacific. And don't be fooled, this is not from Hawaii. This is mostly from Mexico still. That SO2 hasn't met up with any rain to wash it out of the atmosphere as of yet. We are still seeing this plume coming in here through Oregon into Washington and kind of southern Alberta and getting a curve back down, going back into the U.S. down there. Looks like fairly heavy in Alberta as well as British Columbia. British Columbia more so. And of course the fires up in the Northwest Territories doing their thing. Looking at eastern portions of Canada looking pretty clean. Even the southeast portion of the U.S. Looking quite clean. East areas, well, high population, so some SO2 there. And of course we are still seeing some stuff that was from Popocatépetl up here in the California region. So hopefully that'll dissipate. Not so much coming from Popocatépetl as of late, which is probably a good thing. It'll help clear out that air up there. Central American guys are still dumping most of theirs into the Pacific, but not very heavy. And Sabancaya in this area still doing its thing. Ubanas would be somewhere in here as well, and that may be part of this one here, and just somewhere right around that area. Seeing the Chilean ones still do their thing, and of course we do have some other stuff happening in Brazil. There are some fires in the forest there. Hopefully they'll get everything under control. Sliding down a bit, we do see a tiny bit coming off of a Michael volcano down here in South Sandwich Islands, not a heck of a lot. And this remnant here, I'm not sure what that's all about. We'll leave him alone. And White Isle volcano just north of New Zealand, right in here, making that. This is from the oil refineries near Melbourne. This is the coking plants north of Sydney. And over here we've got Tofua in Tonga, and then we also have Yasur, Eoba, and Gawa there in Vanuatu, and of course our wonderful ones in Papua New Guinea. Continuing on, Nuotolak still doing its thing. Still heavy plume from Semeru. This I'm assuming is mostly from Merapi, and then of course this very dark spot here. We've got Jakarta here producing a lot of SO2, but we also have Krakatau, and Krakatau of course throwing out lots of SO2 as well. And looking at the other areas, pretty normal. Sinabung over there doing its thing, and then Marapi and Currency doing its stuff there on Sumatra. And going over here, looking at Ibu and Dakono still working away. We do see a heavy circulation here, so some of that SO2 from Mayon and Bulasan is getting drawn into that. That's probably a good thing, help clean the air. And of course Taal volcano still in this area doing its thing, as well as we've got Manila here doing its thing. So lots of SO2 for those guys. High SO2 in Taiwan. China not quite as bad. Looking here at where are we here? Where's Suwanoshijima? Should be right in here. Suwanoshijima off gassing. And then we'll see not so bad from Sakurajima, and that is actually looking pretty good. And it looks like ASO is putting out a lot more SO2. So ASO responsible for a lot of that. Moving over, looking at Tokyo. Tokyo, not so bad. This plume that we see here is from Asama volcano. Asama-san is busy and producing a gas. And then come Kamchatka, we've already looked at. China is okay. And looking at India, lower levels, some of that stuff getting washed out by some of the rain, which is probably doing them good. And looks like South Africa, definitely got their gold refineries doing their thing. Democratic Republic of the Congo, of course, doing its thing here with a couple of volcanoes and some coking plants. Still unable to see Eruption till the wind direction changes the other way and blows some of that pollution from Saudi Arabia and those countries back to the east. But we do see the heavy spots in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran. That is, of course, oil refineries. And looking at what's coming off of Mount Etna, we do see a heavier plume here with everything else kind of being swished around here over top of the Mediterranean. We do know that Stromboli is still doing some off-gassing. It is a little bit of activity there, but as of right now, I haven't seen anything today. So Volcano also there, possibly off-gassing some as well. Looks like most of Europe is pretty darn clean. Places like Austria and those getting into Slovakia and Chechnya, and Poland, of course, has a little bit more there. But the other countries looking not bad till you get over into Serbia and those places where things pick up, and Romania a little bit heavier. And now going up to this other place we call Iceland. And there we see an increase of SO2, and unfortunately where we're seeing it is to the north, and that's not where we want the wind to blow it. We want the wind to blow it out south and get rid of it, and don't be inundating the good people of Reykjavik or that area. So that is the heaviest populated area getting the heaviest SO2. Go figure, eh? That is not so good. Let's got a fire smoke California. Go to a fire smoke CA. You can if you like. Fire smoke CA. I don't have any of that on here, but that is the SO2 map, so that is all good. Take a look at ASO and Asama. We can. Actually, it is break time, but we can take a look at those after the break. Remind me after the break to take a look at those. And I'll leave this on the multi-screen so we can see what's going on. Sue, just a gentle reminder after the break, and we'll take a look at those and see what they are doing. And we'll go from there. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit the like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you haven't subscribed yet, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Here's some music. And there we go. I've got my Jonesy music. Easy, easy. Wow. 5 emojis, please. Keep it limited to 5 emojis. And that's a lot of piano keys. There's more than 88 there. I can count them. It's way too many. And yeah, if you can kind of keep it down to about 5. No worries, Jonesy. It's just something you got carried away with the music there. It's all good, and just don't let it happen again till next time. And thank you for the welcome backs there from Sue and JB, and do appreciate that. Ken Naska's country as well. And yeah, Jonesy, don't panic. You're still welcome and loved. Okay. Welcome, Wonky Donkey 007, Trev T. And I hear you, Dr. Dr. Rebby 2000. Thanks there. So all good. All right. So yeah, some of I've opened up all these windows there for Japan, and of course some of my other volcano shots are stalling out. Anyway, let's do Japan, and we'll close those back up so we can continue to watch these other ones. Before we do that, though, I did want to go look at this one. You see how that lava is advancing, and that, of course, is flowing a little bit more to the, well, it went east and then south again, or southeast, with a fairly large vengeance there. So lots of material kind of flowing through. It's no longer going down the lava river. It's created a new path, and just wanted to mention that. Anyway, let's go over to Japan real quick, and we'll see what we can find there. Unfortunately, no ice cream boat sitting there right now, and we'll check on that when we come back. But let's make that one smaller. Go to the next one. Of course, the volcano in the background is Sakurajima, and here's a little better view of it. And looks awful peaceful and quiet. We do see a lot of pluming and going off here. Looks like 2 separate plumes actually, from maybe the 2 up in the top there, and a little bit coming from the one that's a little further to the side here. That seems to be a little darker gray material, whereas the other stuff seems to be lighter in color. So a little more tephra in there. Stream limit time coming up. Yes, I'm watching there, David. Thank you for letting me know. I'm at 11 hours and 10 minutes stream time. So we will likely finish the show before we switch over. And we'll do that at the end of the show today. Looking at that, pretty calm looking. Let's go to the next shot. And of course, this is the close-up or crater shot, as they call it. Crater Kagoshima, and that is Sakurajima volcano. If we go back a little bit in time, we see what it was like a little earlier with a few less clouds. Not the greatest of a picture. Let me see if I can fix that. There we go. It did look like a lenticular cloud over top of it, so kind of neat to see that. And if we go a little further there, you can see how thin that lenticular cloud material was getting. And of course the billowing, and that is pretty awesome to see that. So let's leave those be. You can that is back to live. We do see that lenticular cloud is kind of destroyed itself, or the other clouds have. Let's make that one smaller, and we'll go to our next volcano. And again, I have to crank up the quality. Well, that didn't change any. Anyway, this is ASO, and of course ASO is throwing out a lot of SO2 gas. Unfortunately, we're unable to see it, but if we go back a little bit, there we can see a little bit coming out, and well, that's the steamy plume, but I'm not seeing a heck of a lot. So that must be mostly SO2 rather than steam today, and that is kind of what we're seeing coming from the volcano. Unfortunately, nothing major, and there you can see it. Really, it's not billowing out like crazy, so there has to be a lot of gas rather than the actual steam coming up, and we'll leave that one in the present state there. Of course, that is what it is looking like right now, and not that great. Weather is looking like it's getting bad. Those guys on the motorbikes are heading out. They said, we're leaving before it rains. Pardon me. And hang on. All right, wash that down. That helps. Okay, and looking at the next one here, this unfortunately is Asama. Asama is not giving us any visibility whatsoever, and it doesn't matter where in time we check. So that is unfortunate. So we'll leave that one be. Let's get back here for a second. The ice cream boat is on its way in. If you haven't got your ice cream, now's your opportunity. You can zip it down the road here, down there at the lights, hang a left and go down to the dock and get your ice cream, and that'll be good. So everyone is running for it, and I'll take a little bit too. I'll have one of those vanilla chocolate swirls if you can. That'd be really cool. I like those. And yep, ice cream boat coming in. That is always wonderful to see. Okay, so that is about it for there in Japan. Let's head this back over to Iceland and see what we've got going on. Unfortunately, the picture is still slightly out of focus because I guess their autofocus doesn't like all that smoke and heat and everything else that it has to look through, and it's tough to get clarity, especially when that lava flow was closer out front towards the camera. And mind you, it's done that before. It's come right up along the side of Liti and that is what we got. It's a claw. Oh no, it can be. There are multiple claws there, but yeah, the claw, there's a claw right there. You got to be careful, and this is definitely, and another claw on this side. It's a lava lobster with claws, and you got to watch out for that. They are notorious for taking fingers right off, apparently. So that is pretty awesome. And let's see, what else? A lava octopus? Maybe. It does have a few extra things there that could be associated with that. Long tentacles and pretty interesting views. So I really don't have too much more to add to the stream today. I don't really want to go having a look at Popocatépetl. It's in the clouds half the time. Fuego doing the same thing, and a lot of the other ones, same kind of story. So I did look at them before the stream. Unfortunately, it's not worthwhile to start popping over there and doing our thing. What's the temp in Antarctica? I have no idea. But if you ask Sue, she may know. Sue, do you happen to know what the coldest temperature is there? And we haven't really looked at it. I'm sure Death Valley will probably be pretty hot. Yeah. I like that response. It's cold. Enlightened a troll. a Balrog. A Balrog? What the heck is a Balrog? I don't know what that is. Haven't seen one of them in person, and I probably never will. But all cool. Yeah, I think Death Valley though. That might. Whoop. Let's try that again. Death Valley with a W for weather. Death Valley is 50 degrees Celsius at Death Valley. So if you enjoy good temperatures, there you go. You're halfway to boiling, and that'll be cool, or in this case, hot. And yeah. JB, you can just stay in Death Valley. You'll be plenty warm. You don't have to worry. 50 Celsius, 122 Fahrenheit. If not a little bit warmer. We know usually it's warmer in some spots there, so likely up to 52 or 53 degrees in the valley, and that's a Celsius, and that'll make it somewhere around 125 degrees or so Fahrenheit. Plenty hot. And weather for Melbourne, yeah, let's be curious and see what Leo's temperature is. And Leo's got 11 degrees Celsius or 51 Fahrenheit. That's not that bad. And the wind's at 5 miles per hour or 8 kilometers per hour from the west. So pretty cool. And all good. So, yeah, I really don't know what else we can add to our wonderful stream tonight. I think we've got everything pretty much covered. The reason I'm trying to kind of shut down a little bit early here is I'm wanting to do two things. One is get ready to reset the stream. The other one, actually, I gotta wait till 6 to reset the stream, because I don't want to have to get up and reset it in the wee hours of the morning. So 6 a.m. is fine. I can be awake for then, and we'll reset it. But I do need to go grocery shopping, so I need to get that task out of the way. Unfortunately, it is what it is, and we got to do what we got to do. So need coffee creamer for tomorrow, and that is vitally important. No coffee creamer, no coffee. Grumpy. Okay. Minus 89 degrees Celsius. Yeah, and that is about 110, 115 degrees Fahrenheit below zero. And so that's a cold, too cold, and that is it. Anyway, time to wrap it up then, ladies and gentlemen, and I want to say first off a big thank you to our super chatters of today. We had Gura27, and we had Piggy, and we had Louise Clark, and we had Irish Monk. Those were the super chatters, and we also had gift givers, and the new member, Miss Pam. Miss Pam is a new member. And then, of course, we had Henry Nelson gifting a 5-pack. Piggy did a single. Then Lucien did a single. Then Irish Monk did 2 separate 5-packs of gift certificates. And showing a total of 18 new members here today. That is an awesome growth for that. Appreciate you guys, and thank you for the wonderful support for the stream. That is always awesome, and very gracious of you to help out and support it. Don't forget to pick up my quackers down by the river. Yep, when I get over there. Well, quackers could fly home, JB. Quackers is a good flyer. It's just I don't want him waiting if he has to come in for any reason. While I'm out shopping, he'll be wondering what the heck is going on. I'll have to leave him a note if I don't find him, though. Anyway. All right, time to wrap it up. So be good, be kind, everyone. A big thank you to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman, and the Piggy, and Sue, and Siggy, And C&D boy, I didn't see him today. He must be chopping wood or peeling potatoes or something. And also a big thanks to Gary 24/7 Live, VZ Skies, Lucas Snow, Joseph Hills, Texas, Mona Lisa Smiles, and of course Yvonne Kunkel, who I didn't see during the stream either. And so hopefully she is getting some rest. Irish Monk says, I will never pay €1 again unless Wabbits get a vote. Well, the Wabbits do get a vote there, Irish Monk, at least here. Oh, speaking of Wabbits, so yesterday, while I was down there putting fresh water down, of course, Taylor was there, which is one of the this year's young ones. So Taylor was there, and he was chomping on some grass. And then, of course, Limpy was sitting there in the parking lot. So I kind of just crouched down and talked to Limpy for a couple minutes, about 10 feet away from me. And Limpy seemed all really calm and happy. Looks a little skinny, though. So hopefully Limpy will come and eat a little bit more from the bunny food. No, not Wimpy, but Limpy with an L. A Limpy. Like kind of a hop-along Limpy. And also yesterday, I figured just before I went down to put the water, or change the water out, of course I went on the balcony. I was putting some more cookies underneath the little cookie thing that I've got there for the squirrel, and I put one cookie in a kind of a hiding spot. The squirrel and I know what we're doing there. The squirrel knows where it is, and uses it as a stash in case the magpies come and steal the cookies. He's got another one. Anyway, so I'm out there on the balcony, and I just put the cookie into the hiding spot there, and here comes Squirrely right up the wall. He's hanging onto the bricks on the third floor, looking at me at my height, or face height, and he's squeaking at me. It's like he's saying, hey, I just came up for a cookie. Is there a cookie? And anyway, I said, yeah, you want a cookie? There's a fresh one sitting there in the cookie container. And I put one in the other thing. And I went, stepped back over to the door to go inside. He went up the wall the rest of the way, climbed up my cables, and then dropped over on top of the ladder and came down the ladder and went right to the cookie. And I thought, wow, you're really quick at that. And it didn't take him all of 5 seconds, so obviously he wasn't scared of me. And went and got his cookie, and then he went and hopped into the tree just out front, and I could hear him crunching away on the cookie, and you could just hear him munching it. I thought that was the coolest thing. Anyway, let's leave it as that. And yeah, thanks everyone for being here today. Thank you for hitting that like button, and for all the support. Do appreciate it. And of course, a big thank you to Siggy Ragnar for his wonderful land producing these wonderful volcanoes, and you gotta love it. So we'll put it on the multi-screen for now, and I'm hoping that they'll have somebody check their cameras and focus the other one a little bit, but for right now I think that is an acceptable thing. And just gotta make sure I get these volcano screens moving, and that should be okay for that one. Yeah, they're moving for now. So let's leave it there, you guys, and be good, be kind, take care of yourselves. VolcanoX, just to throw that, for the squirrel story. Wow, Michael, that is an awesome super chat. Thank you. And what I will do is I will actually buy some new cookies for him tonight. Olson, there we go. And $10 super chat. Thank you very kindly. And yeah, I don't mind. One of the things that I have learned here, though, is this the cookies that I bought last time. Apparently, I thought, they're kind of hard or crunchy. I ate one myself, obviously, a few of them, and thought they were a little bit harder. But apparently, the squirrel really likes them. So the magpies too. But hey, it is what it is. We'll get more of them for them. So thank you very kindly, Michael. And thank you, everyone, for being here. You guys are awesome. And of course, you've seen the times there. Tomorrow we'll be back at the 2 o'clock in the afternoon Mountain Time, 4 p.m. Eastern, for all those who like to watch. And of course, we will continue with our wonderful coverage of Rebbe, the volcano, and Kobe Fisher, northern part of Fragralfjall, and that is, of course, north of Meridalier, and south of Kalir. And so, pretty awesome. And I'm going to keep my eyes open for where the flow has gotten. I'm curious. So if we see Yvonne later, we'll have to get an update from her to find out how far that has gone, or if it's starting to exit out of Meridalier. I'm really curious. Anyway, I will wrap it up. Be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, and get yourselves a good night's rest, or a good morning's rest, or a good afternoon's rest, depending on where you are around the world. And we do have people from everywhere, so take care, everyone. Have yourselves a good day or night. And only one last thing to add. Please, please, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see you all tomorrow. Good night, and oink oink. you.